Yo. What's happening? It's Tuesday, May 6th, 2025. Tanner, Drew, and Laura, we are live.
Ow. Oh, yeah.
Hey. Yeah. So today's Tuesday, Taco Tuesday, even though Cinco de Mayo was yesterday.
Yeah. I bet you have leftover taco stuff in your fridge if you had them last night.
Yeah, right. Does that mean next year Cinco de Mayo will be on Tuesday?
It should be.
Unless there's a leap year situation, which I don't think there is.
I think we're good. I think it's Taco Tuesday next year.
That sounds good to me. Well, it's going to be it this year too. So
yeah, exactly.
Got a lot of taco stuff at home. I got to eat that before it goes bad.
Mm-hmm.
But happy Tuesday. We are here. Later on this morning, we got tickets to go see Bryan Adams, along with Pat Benatar. They're going to be taking over the Moda Center in November. We'll send you there around 7:30 this morning. Also, we've got your chance at $1,000 all day today. If you missed this hour's keyword, we'll give it to you again here in just a second. But man, the summer's coming quick because, the sun just keeps coming up earlier every single morning. I feel like I'm late when I'm coming to work. I'm like, oh God.
Like the birds are singing when I leave my house.
A little too loudly. Let's just be honest.
Yeah, I'm
Loud
like, guys,
bastards.
it's still sleepy time.
The sun coming up as early as it is with clear skies is what we're not used to as well.
Yeah.
Like normally in May, we're still in some pretty deep cloud cover. So this is some unprecedented stuff.
And I swear to God, back to those birds, Laura. Those birds are they're the loudest things. There's this one near my house every single morning. He's like having a metal concert. This guy is singing up a storm.
I mean, he's happy about the warm weather just like we are.
Yeah, they
gotta get the day
going
started.
pretty early.
I kind of hate it when I'm camping though, because the crows will wake you up at 5, 6 a.m.
Yeah, I feel like at your house, for some reason, at least where I live, it's not as much crows in the morning as it is birds. But when you camp, it's crows. Is it?
Yeah, and at my house, I just feel like it's just normal birds. But boy, they are so happy in the morning.
Yeah.
And to the point where it's like, I'm like, dude, chill out. You're going to wake people up.
They're out there worming, dude.
Yeah, they're like, we don't care.
Like if they were a dog, I would say, dude, shut your dog up.
Get your dog under
Keep
control.
your dog quiet. But these birds are so loud.
Yeah.
Not these birds. These birds are, I don't know what the hell these birds are. That sounds like a school alarm.
I know.
Yeah, exactly.
It's an interesting noise.
It's time for recess, apparently.
Yeah.
Some deep jungle bird.
But yeah, no, this is damn birds. Anyway, coming up later on today, we are going to check in with Beefwater Bay. He'll be in the studio with another free-for-all, talking about stuff that he's found on the internet that's free. He's a scavenger, that guy.
Yeah.
And my neighbor declined my hot tub.
Oh, no.
Because they would have had to set it on their grass, and that's just certain death.
Yeah.
We'll tell Beefwater about it.
But yeah, maybe
share it with the
maybe
people.
we can pass it on and get it in there.
I like that.
Yeah, that's at 9:30 this morning. In the meantime,
let's get it on. And now, the big story.
It's time to go around the room and share what we think the biggest stories of the day are. Laura, you want to go first?
Sure. I think the big story is that today we are mourning the loss of a legend. I'm talking Skype. Yeah, the tech world lost a big guy today. 22 years ago, Skype debuted. The year was 2003. I think at a certain point, most of us had Skype installed on our computers. Microsoft eventually purchased it for $8.5 billion in 2011. And it's still a Microsoft product, but now when you go to Skype.com, they will redirect you to Teams. So they're just moving everything over to Microsoft Teams. All your contacts and everything will be saved, but Skype is no more. So
I used Skype back in the day. I haven't opened Skype in 1,000 years.
Me either.
It makes sense. Teams is where it's at, or Zoom or whatever.
Yeah, like during the pandemic, I feel like Skype dropped the ball during the pandemic because they had a big opportunity there, and all of a sudden, like Zoom just came in, and everybody was using that. So it kind of, I think, put them out of business.
Whoever sold Skype last, though, tip of the cap to that person. They get the $8 billion and walk into the sunset, and Microsoft eats it.
Yeah.
The big story to me is the teachers and nurses are being celebrated today and all week. It is Teacher Appreciation Day today. Now, my kids luckily have some really great teachers that I'm super grateful for. So they do hook them up with some gifts, things like that. If you know a teacher or a nurse. It's kind of lame that they pile the days and weeks together, but it's also National Nurses Week. So if you know these people or you run into them, tell them how much you appreciate them. It ends May 12th, which is the birthday of Florence Nightingale. And if you don't know who that is, she's credited with being the first modern nurse.
Interesting.
And inventing the very idea.
Nice.
I think the big story of the day is United States Army is now officially recruiting for space warriors.
What?
Whoa.
On Friday, the Pentagon announced a new, quote, space-related military occupational specialty that is slated to start in October of next year. Military officials believe that it's important for the U.S. to be prepped for battle wherever it may happen, on land and air, in the air, in the sea, or in cyberspace or in actual space.
Oh, my God.
Okay,
This is the first time ever that soldiers have had a chance to specialize in, quote, space operations. So
Okay.
it's time to get ready, space warriors.
Our tax dollars at work.
Oh man,
I
isn't that
can't
great?
believe-
You know what? We are going
What
to
are we
clean up.
doing?
We're going to clean up the money in this country and spend it on Space Army.
Yeah.
That's. I mean, you
mean-
think about it. The whole conversation is we've been trying to find a way to cut the amount we spend, and we're going to build a space army with no known enemies.
Yeah. Well, you know.
Okay.
Eventually.
Hi, it's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. Good morning.
Morning, Drew. Morning, Laura. Morning, Tanner.
Hey.
Thought he was going to forget about you for a
Yeah.
second.
Nah, save the best for last.
Oh, there you go.
There you go, buddy.
What's up, man?
Hey, it's the Celtic Oddity. I got some news for you.
Oh, dude, Celtic
August
Oddity
3rd.
is the guy who, ate glass at our bacon and beer.
Yeah.
What news from the North?
How could we forget?
So, August 30th at Hangar 13 at the Curriarium in Portland, I will be attempting the world record for the longest distance walked barefoot on Legos.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Wow.
So I thought that's a pretty huge number these days. Like, how far do you have to go?
8,882 meters, which equivalates to 5.5 miles.
And you're just gonna
Hold on.
go.
So you're going
Just
to
gonna
walk
walk
on
on that.
Legos for 5
And are you going to
miles?
have the Guinness Book of World Records people there? Because we tried to do it, when we were going to walk on Legos, and it was like 15 grand.
No, I am not. I'm just going to do it, video it, put it out there for people. It's a public free event
Okay.
for everybody to show up to see.
All right.
So, like, where do you end? How are you laying out 5 miles of Lego? How
Well,
is
it's
this
got to be a
working?
track of them. He's just gonna walk in a circle.
Or where are you going to get the Legos? I mean, that's a lot of Legos. They're expensive.
How
Yeah,
bi-
I
yeah, how
know.
big of
In this
a
economy?
track are you building that you're gonna walk around?
I'm actually going to do a 24-foot long strip and just walk back and forth until I hit 6 miles.
Oh, I see.
Wow.
Okay.
That
All
is
right. Well,
dedication.
Good luck on your journey. It's good to have goals, you guys.
Yeah.
Yes, that's true.
When
good to
did
have
he?
goals.
When did he say he's doing this?
August 30th.
August
All
30th.
right, so
All
you've
right.
got some time to prepare.
All right. Well, yeah. Work those feet.
Well, good luck, and keep us abreast to your callus buildup.
Yeah.
Yeah, if any of your listeners want to donate Legos, shoot me up on Instagram, the Celtic Oddity, Instagram or Facebook.
All right, my friend. Well, good luck, and let us know how it goes. And
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to seeing that. There it is, Celtic Oddity.
I
Everybody, he's
appreciate
got all sorts of special tricks, like eating glass and stepping on Legos.
Yeah,
Yeah,
a
my
lot
God.
of specialized talents.
Hammering things his head. I'm going to throw up. All right. Thanks. We appreciate you, bro. Okay. Coming up in a few minutes, we're going to check your talkback messages. In the meantime, let's get you this hour's keyword for your chance at $1,000. The keyword is fun. It'll take less than 30 seconds to know the keyword. So go to the website, 1059thebrew.com, and enter the keyword fun. Good luck.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
I read this stat yesterday. It was kind of sad. A quarter of Americans are stuck in relationships because they can't afford to leave.
Well,
yeah, I can see how that would.
what percentage
Be the
did you
case?
say that was?
A quarter of Americans.
Dang.
A quarter of Americans are just like,
That's
oh,
sad.
we should break up, but I need a PlayStation, so I love you, baby.
But, you know, it's just you're entangled in everything, too. You know, I know people who have their marriage has exploded, but they live under the same roof because
Their finances are all tied together.
yeah, and
Yeah.
you think about what a mortgage rate was when they were happy and what one is when they're unhappy now. So
Yeah.
you kind of have to ride out a storm of ugh.
Yeah.
And when you split that cost in half, it's so much more manageable.
Yeah,
You know, than
there's
doing
so many
it on your own.
layers.
Yeah. So
And Laura is speaking from experience because she was the breadwinner in her last marriage. And
And she's
Yeah, but
lived-
also-
She's still
and
salty
she's
about
been
it.
alone to do it as
yeah,
well.
right. Like, so my mortgage was $1,200 when I owned a house. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
now it's
With your
it's
husband.
With my husband. So cut that in half.
Oh my
I
God!
Pay,
You
yeah.
should have
Right.
never left.
I know. See, but yeah, like that's the thing though. And now it's like, oh my God, I
your mortgage
wish.
is crazy now. right?
Yeah. So,
Plus your HOH. Laura told me about her HOH fees the other day, and I almost threw up in my mouth. Like
Yeah.
they're incredible. Like I live in a nice neighborhood, and they're not nearly as high
It's
as Laura's.
frustrating because one of the reasons I bought my place is because the HOA was so low, and every year it's gone
gone
up
up.
exponentially.
Now-
so now I'm like, oh, I'm being priced out of my own home at this point.
Well, an HOA in a condo though versus in
It's
a
a
neighborhood.
different
In a neighborhood,
thing.
they're not doing your yard work. They're not, you know, keeping the building up. They're just regulating your garbage cans.
right? Yeah.
know.
So like for me, it's like if something were to happen to the roof, or like
you got to pay
yeah.
the group.
Well, this new survey from Self Financial finds that 1 in 4 Americans in a relationship say they'd like to break up with their partner, but they're stuck and they can't afford to leave. Nearly half, 46%. Of the people polled admitted that they'd be more likely to call it off if they wouldn't have any if it wouldn't have any financial impact on them.
Yeah.
Which is kind of like nasty. That means these are the people who would win the lottery and then bounce.
Bye.
Yeah, if they were to get lucky on something, it's
Like,
the end.
Hey, it's been fun. Fist bump. I'm out.
Yeah, I don't really want to live with some sort of chameleon like that.
Just over a third, 35%, say their partner is financially dependent on them, but that jumps to 46.5% for male respondents. People who've been in a relationship for 6 months or less have 55% chance of sharing salary information compared to 93% for those in a relationship for a decade or longer.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, if
I
you
mean,
haven't-
that's something you don't really talk about for a while.
If you haven't told them how much you make after a decade, you're
10
probably
years.
never going to tell them.
Yeah.
People are more likely to downplay their personal financial worth at 21% than exaggerated at 9.8%. But
I feel like I don't know, it depends on the person. Some people flaunt when they have nothing, you know, to make it look like they have something. But I feel like
Yeah.
once you actually have it, you're kind of like humbled by it.
You want to keep it on the down low. And also, you don't want people using you for your cash.
Yeah.
You know?
yeah,
So-
is there anybody in there in our audience right now that's in a relationship and they're just like, I can't, this kind of sucks, but he buys expensive dinners or she takes care of the mortgage.
Yeah.
Well, and
the
like, I
lights
mean-
are on in this place.
if you think about, and this is obviously not the case in hopefully most relationships, but it's like, say, like in your situation, Drew, it's like your wife stays at home, takes care of the kids, but like, what happens if the relationship falls apart? You know what I mean? It's like, you're in a tough spot.
Yeah, anybody who's in the life that I have with one stay-at-home parent
Yeah.
who's earning their end of the bargain.
Absolutely, yeah.
But if you break up, it's hell on wheels. So
Mm-hmm.
you have way extra motivation to figure out a way through the argument
Absolutely.
than you would say if, hey, we just share in an apartment, we can walk tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah, are you in a relationship right now because they buy you nice things? Are you just stuck in it because they got the money? 866-445-1059 is the phone number. You can also shoot us a text message on our McLaughlin Chevrolet text line at 98197. All right, let's get you this hour's keyword again. Again. I heard a kid when I was
Once again.
I heard a kid say it when I was a kid. He said to his brother, "James, do it again." And I've never forgotten that.
On purpose.
Again
And apparently,
and
yeah, well, because
again.
I guess that's like the way you're supposed to pronounce it.
Whatever.
Like the original traditional way.
Get outta here.
Yeah, but I thought it was weird.
The language originally, every word is supposed to be different. So,
Again.
Again.
you know,
Anyway, I'm going to start saying it like that now, I think.
You should.
You guys all right with that?
give it a shot. Yeah.
All right,
That's
See how long it takes for.
I'll try
for
this.
the entire world to start doing it.
I'll try this again and see how it feels. All
I'll
right.
be back again and again.
Let me give you this hour's keyword again for your chance at $1,000 in cash from the Cash Squatch. The keyword is fun. Log on right now, 1059thebrew.com, and enter the keyword fun for $1,000.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jello shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
And now, Brews Sports. Here's Drew.
Well, last night in the NBA, it was down to the wire in both games. Now, it was game one for both of them, but New York and Boston head-to-head all night. It looked like the Celtics would take the easy victory, and then New York just kept chipping away. They end up taking this thing to overtime. They had a chance to win it in regulation, but in the extra time, they proved to be the team with the most left in the tank, as New York steals one on the road and takes home court advantage. But the one that really had that final second feel was Denver against OKC. Now, Oklahoma City is favored by more than 10 points in this game, and I was part of me is like, just take Denver on the money line. Just take them to win. They've got Jokic. But then I was like, it's Cinco de Mayo. I'm going to go eat tacos instead and not be a degen. But the game was right down to the wire when OKC up one, had a free throw with just 10 seconds left.
It rims out. Brown grabs it. 7 seconds left. Westbrook, 5 seconds. They're down by one. Gordon got it. Aaron Gordon with a deep shot. Williams, three-quarter court. No good. The Nuggets steal game one.
A lot of blood flowing on that court last night. I do love a buzzer beater. There's something about it when people just have that pure, it's like ecstasy blowing through them. And 121-119, the final. More games tonight. We'll break them down later. There's your sports.
All right, this hour's keyword for your shot at $1,000 to help pay off some bills. Or I was talking to this dude the other day. He's like, man, I'm putting that right towards a vacation. Well, I guess him and his family already had it booked. So he was going to use that for spending cash, I guess.
Cherry on top.
Yeah. And when you're on vacation, that's where they get you, man. You're like, oh, good, I've paid for the trip. No, they drain you once you get there, too.
Yeah.
So, here's an extra $1,000 for your whatever, your trip, your if you just want to throw it in savings like a responsible adult.
Yeah, I mean, you could do that as well.
It's a good idea. I personally wouldn't do that.
Yeah, that I would choose to do, but
Some of it's got to go into a party fund. Got to
Yeah.
get a little going.
I always would say, I want to be responsible and save it, and then I spend it all.
You're like, but this thing was so shiny.
treat yourself.
Yeah. The keyword is fun. Log on right now, 1059thebrew.com. You can do this from your cell phone or your desktop. Enter the keyword fun, and you could score $1,000. Good luck.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jello shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
Now, what's trending?
Wow. It just dropped like 15 minutes ago. Rockstar Games just dropped the second trailer for Grand Theft Auto 6. Of course, this just comes days after that they announced that the game's delayed and won't be out until May 26th of next year.
They're panicking.
And so I think they're like, dude, we got to give these kids something. We got to give these nerds something before they raid the building.
Yeah, you can't have a riot.
So yeah, they just dropped it. We just watched it here in the studio. The graphics for Grand Theft Auto 6 look incredible. It looks like a movie, right, Laura? It's like a there are times where it doesn't look like it's animation.
The opening shot, I was like, what is this? Like,
Yeah.
it looks like a film.
Very crisp, and it does look like a film. Now, I feel like there's still a little bit of work. Obviously, there's a year worth of work left, so I can only imagine how much smoother and crisper it's going to be.
Yeah.
But like the star of the game, Jason, whatever his name is, I'd tap that. I mean, he's realistic enough that I.
They didn't shy on the curves of the female character either.
Right.
No,
Yeah.
everyone's gorgeous.
Yeah.
In this game. So go check out the trailer for Grand Theft Auto 6. The second trailer just dropped this morning, and we put it on our blog already at 1059thebrew.com. So just click on Tanner, Drew, and Laura to see it. I can't wait for the game. I'll probably watch this trailer 19 more times today.
That's right.
At least.
But yeah, I kind of felt a little like they threw it together to me. Like
Yeah,
we just got to give these kids something.
Right, because we're all mad now.
Yeah.
But
Because it's
they
gonna
were
be
right.
another
They
year.
needed to give these kids something, so I'm glad we got something.
Also online, our Donkey Show podcast. It's the show after the show. And, of course, your chance at $1,000 in cash, which, by the way, another keyword is coming up here in just a second. $1,000 to help pay some bills or just put it in savings if you're trying to be a responsible adult.
Just pad your stats. Always feels good, make it a little easier on you.
Or you dump it right into your kid's soccer fund.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Actually, and
Possible.
that payment's coming up here in about a week, so.
Another keyword for your chance to get $1,000 from the Cash Squatch is coming up right after the Pumpkins on 105.9 The Brew.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jello shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
All right, this morning we want to know, why is your job what makes your job so tough? Mm-hmm. That's what we want to know. We got a list here of the toughest jobs in America, and it got me thinking, like, who in our audience has a tough job? Like, maybe you're a fireman. Maybe you're somebody who, you're in the hot sun all day. Like, we've taken calls from people who have to crawl into crawl spaces in the dead of summer, go into attics and stuff. Mm-hmm. I imagine that's a pretty tough job.
Yeah, there are so many jobs that you don't even think about. Like the people who run cable in buildings, like who drag those wads of cable all the way up through the building every day. Mm-hmm. That's a tough job. It goes on and on and on.
I always think about the people who have to clean up crime scenes, the guys who have to photograph the crime scenes and have to clean it up. Emotionally and physically, it's got to be a tough job.
You got to be a certain type of person to be able to do that, because if you're affected every day by that on such a level that you can't do your job, then, you're just not cut out for it.
What does that application, or what is it, the job search
requirements?
look like?
I don't know.
You need to be dead inside. You need to have no fear. Did you kill an animal when you were a child?
You just say, do you have feelings? If the person answers yes, you say, this is not for you.
Right.
Well, overall, 40% of people believe their job is hard, but 20% take it further, saying you have to be extremely tough to do their job. Mm-hmm. So what makes your job so tough? 866-445-1059. You can also shoot us a talkback through our iHeartRadio app, or a text message through our McLaughlin Chevrolet text line. So I got here the list of the top 10 jobs that are the toughest in America. What do you think's on there?
Probably firefighter, cop.
Construction worker.
Mm-hmm.
Those are all pretty good.
People who dig trenches, people in the lumber industry.
Oil guys.
Fracking.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Out on those in the ocean oil rigs.
I just watched Deepwater Horizon for the first time 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, how was that?
It was great.
Interesting.
I really loved it. And I was like, these guys, dude, that's a tough job. That's a hard job.
They have different hands than you and I.
Oh, yeah. Those things are like rhinos. That's like rhino skin.
Absolutely. Can crush every bone in your hand with a handshake.
Oil workers are at number 10 for the toughest jobs in America.
Makes
oil
sense.
workers. Number 9, I think we're seeing this morning, air traffic controllers. Because what is it, Newark?
Not just anybody can do this job. Yeah, Newark, like hundreds of flights are grounded right now.
So I guess their system crashed, and their air traffic controllers had trauma over it. And there's a thing there where if you experience trauma, you could take 45 days off. So a bunch of people just took it. So now Newark is at all. They're saying don't fly to Newark right now. It's a nightmare. It's like,
we can't see the sky.
You can't do anything.
Yeah, it seems like a tough job, just the amount of time staring at the screen and then being responsible for so much.
It's a lot of pressure.
Can't get baked.
Yeah, you can't get baked. And if you start doing the thing where you're nodding off, like two planes could go bing, bing.
Right.
Number 8 for the toughest job in America is a farmer.
Yeah, because you're out there all day, every day, tending to your crops.
If you're a city boy, and I'm one, so I can say that, you just do it for a day, and you will respect them on a level that is it's unprecedented.
Throwing hay bales around.
It's unreal.
Astronaut is at number 7, which I think, the hardest part for me would just be that spinny can thing that they put you in for 0 G. So you can feel the effects. I would vomit all over myself.
I don't have the gut.
I wouldn't get through that.
No.
Number 6 for the toughest job in America is EMT or paramedics. Cops are at number 5.
They both see so much.
Yeah, doctors are at 4. The military, Laura, you've banged a handful of military members.
A couple in my day. Yeah.
They're at 3, Laura, for the toughest job in America.
Wow. Well, I don't think. They got to hang out with me, so I like. Yeah,
that lightens the load a little bit.
That's incredibly tough.
But once they're overseas, their job is the toughest.
Yeah.
2 is a construction worker. That's the second toughest job in America, and somebody already said it earlier. The toughest job here in America, ladies and gentlemen.
What do we got?
Firefighters.
Yeah.
These guys are badasses,
because
especially.
They're not just running into burning buildings; they're dealing with all.
It's forest fires.
Stuff.
It's people passing out.
Yeah.
These guys, these men and women are such badasses, and my uncle was a firefighter, and he would tell me the things he experienced, and I have so much respect for them.
Yep. They're great. I see them at the grocery store a lot.
Yeah,
which
same.
I'm glad. Whenever I see them at the grocery store, that means they're not at a fire.
Yeah, that means we're
good.
They like to cook there, so they're probably just getting a bunch of stuff.
They're fueling up. Well, yeah, I mean, and part
fajitas
of it too that makes it so tough probably is a schedule. It's like you're on for like 48 hours at a time or whatever. But I
it's even a little bit more, I think.
Let's go to Biker Pinocchio, or I guess it's Biker Aladdin. Which one do you guys prefer? Biker Aladdin?
Well,
Biker
I mean,
Pinocchio?
I don't remember his nose being overly large, so I think
Biker
like
Aladdin.
Biker Aladdin.
No,
Yeah.
no.
All right.
He's all vest.
Well, good morning, sir.
Good morning. How are you guys?
Doing well, man. What makes your job so tough?
Just picking up the big pipes that we do in pipe fitting.
Oh, pipe
I told you guys yesterday we're doing these apartments,
Yeah.
and we got to lift up these 4-inch mains at 21-foot sticks. That makes it kind of hard. And then being my height, I'm short, makes it kind of tougher.
So what's like the most dangerous thing that could happen?
Well, if we're working at a big warehouse and it's 40 feet high and we're in a big scissor lift, you could topple that scissor lift and you're dead.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
It's a lot of little predicaments you get in job to job.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep, because around some of the pillars, they leave openings so they pour concrete around that pillar, and sometimes you got to get real close to that hole.
Oh, yikes.
Yeah.
So if he
Topple right in.
I'm envisioning him doing it in the vest.
Yeah, of course.
You know, I think it's
a black leather vest.
Black leather vest, pipe fitting all morning.
He probably is wearing some sort of vest.
It's funny
but-
that you guys are saying that, because I left my work truck at home and rode my bike in today.
He did.
So he's got his vest on.
Well, be safe this morning and all day today. It's going to be a little warmer today, so, it could get a little crazy on the
I'm
side.
taking it easy today.
All right, buddy.
Careful when you're laying that pipe.
Yesterday was a hard day.
Yeah.
Okay, wheels up, baby.
All right, buddy, take it easy. Thank you. Biker Aladdin, ladies and gentlemen, Biker Aladdin.
Doing the Lord's
He
work.
can show you the world.
We want to know what makes your job so tough. 866-445-1059. You can also send us a talkback message through the iHeartRadio app.
Talk to me. Good morning, Brooklyn. So I do traffic control, flagger. I've talked about this before. Not air traffic control like you said on the broadcast, but with the cars and everything.
Yeah.
Right.
Imagine trying to stop a big heavy semi or a pissed off driver. Yeah, people aren't very happy with me when I'm doing my job. That's what makes my job tough. Not only that, but setting the zones up, the cones and the signs are all heavy.
Yeah, I think there's a good chance you get hit by a car. One of those pissed off people just, floors it on accident and dings you.
And anything other than a perfect day, I'm always feeling bad for him standing in the rain and the wind or standing in
the
August.
heat. Yeah,
Just
when you're
in jeans, sweating bullets.
The soles of your shoes are melting to the pavement.
And I don't think you can sit there on your phone. You can't scroll through TikTok while you're
I
just
don't
standing there
think
with the
so.
sign.
That would be nice if you could be just doom scrolling.
It's too bad you can't get a side gig while you're holding that sign. You could hold another sign that says free mattresses or discount mattresses.
Going in Party City, going out of sale.
Yeah, a little subcontract.
There are more talkbacks coming in through the app. What makes your job so tough?
Also, I have the most
more from this guy.
dangerous job in the world. If you can believe that. My job has been deemed as the most dangerous job in the world. Because I'm dealing with irate drivers. I'm dealing with distracted drivers. I'm dealing with all kinds of different drivers.
Oh, man. He's a little distracted.
All right.
All right, let's go to Dallas. Good morning, Dallas. What makes your job so tough, bro?
Well, kind of like the guy who was just talking about flagging. I drive a truck out here in Portland, and I got to back into people's driveways on narrow streets and block roads to dump, and not to mention just drive around these guys. But I'm bigger than most people on the road, and that just makes me an even bigger target for people. No one wants to get stuck behind the truck. I can't tell you how many times I've been cut off. People tried to run me off the road. And when I'm blocking roads to dump, I can't tell you how many times people have just almost slammed into the side of the truck or into me when I'm standing there.
Really?
Wow, that's a tough ride. Be careful out there.
I am one of those guys, so I can't stand being stuck behind a truck. You know, going there. I'm not going to run the guy off the road or be a dick, but if I can get around him, I'm gonna.
Yeah, exactly. When they do it and there is no space, that's the frustrating part.
Well, I mean, too, when I'm empty, I'll take off almost as fast as a car, and people still will just be like, nope, got to get around you, got to cut you off like you aren't even there.
Yeah, but when you got to load, when you're loading, you know, like you can't stop that quickly.
Right.
Oh, no. People will just get in the gap that I have for stopping. I go, well, this is it.
Dude, I saw a video of a guy.
Look, sometimes I gotta get over to the right lane. All right.
Yeah.
I don't have a choice.
Good luck, everybody. That Family Guy clip. But there's a video that went viral of a guy, a truck driver, and he was hauling like pipes or something like that, and somebody cut him off, and he slammed on his brakes, and those pipes came forward and chopped that bro in half.
Oh.
I watched some weird stuff on the internet.
Nah, fam.
Thanks, Dallas. We appreciate the call.
I appreciate you guys.
Yeah, man. Gang, son. Gang. More talkbacks through the app.
My job is to sit on an excavator and stockpile everything they dig out of the ground, which a lot of it's mud. And on a 90,000-pound machine, you sink in the mud unless you use huge steel plates like they put in the road, and you walk on them like snowshoes.
Yeah.
That keeps you up above the mud until you slide off, and then you're basically screwed.
Yeah, gosh. That's why construction workers are what, number 8 on the list?
No, number two.
Number 2 on the list. Sorry, yeah,
They're
geez.
big dogging.
Number 2 for most toughest jobs.
What happens if you slide off the metal plates? You just sink like quicksand? That's terrible.
Well, the thing is so massive, you'd have to get another machine out there to dig it out.
Yeah.
Gary got stuck in the mud again. Go get the excavator.
Again!
Son of a bitch.
Gary! Damn it, Gary!
All right, coming up in a few minutes, more of your calls and talkbacks and text messages. What makes your job so tough? Also, we've got your tickets to go see Bryan Adams and Pat Benatar later on this morning with the Rotten Tomatoes game. Happy Tuesday. We are commercial free. It's 105.9 The Brew.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jello shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
All right, we want to know what makes your job so tough. 866-445-1059. Is it the time you wake up? Like, we got to wake up at 3:34 in the morning, but some of these dudes, like I got a friend, my buddy Neil, he drives truck, and he's got to wake up at 2 a.m. every day.
Oh, my God.
It's brutal.
And then he drives for like 12 hours.
Yeah. And I mean, if you drive, say, a garbage truck, you're waking up at like midnight and then driving for 12 hours or whatever.
Yeah.
And so your sleep schedule's all messed up. Your days off are all mixed up. It's like, man, just the sleep schedule alone makes that such a challenging job.
And I think we all have a different definition of tough, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, maybe your job's tough because Susan at work won't shut up.
Exactly.
You know, like she just talks and talks and you can't get anything done.
Yeah.
Or, somebody, it's a ton of math. To me, that's super tough.
Right.
Like, I wouldn't know what to do with myself. And for us, we get up at an ungodly enough hour that when you tell your peers about it, they go, what do? They go, oh, my God.
How do you do that every day?
So to them, this is tough. I mean, you get used to things, but that alarm clock is not to be underestimated.
I feel like you never get used to the 4 a.m. wake up call.
Yeah,
No.
it's
I
like
never do.
It's like being hazed.
We got text messages coming in on our McLaughlin Chevrolet text line. This one's from 2634. It says, 911 dispatchers have a tough job. My wife has done it for 10 years now. Schedule changes every 2 months. Night swings, days are different, and your days off are different every time. You hear the worst kind of calls, too, haunting calls.
And I know someone has to do it, but I'm just too selfish with my own thoughts. Like, I can't. I think that would ruin me.
I get so frustrated when I hear, you see a TikTok video and it's a 911 call, and the operator is so dumb. Not all the time. Sometimes you get a great 911 operator, but sometimes you hear one and you're like, dude, ask the right questions or listen to the person. They're telling you.
And I'm sure there's a protocol. I mean, I would hope at least there's a protocol they have to go through, and there's a reason they're asking what seemed to us like stupid questions.
Yeah, but sometimes you can tell they don't care.
Well, and that's the problem is because it's that type of job, they don't have you and the three of us doing it because you're like, no, thank you.
Yeah.
They don't always get the best to choose from.
Yeah, I would put that on the list for sure. 911 dispatchers. Another tough job. This one's from 0656 says, my husband has a job that is tough in a different way. He works with special ed kids in a middle school. These kids are not capable enough of regulating themselves and has dealt with multiple children who have physically attacked other kids and all sorts of teachers and stuff like that. Yeah.
It is an exhausting job. I still remember even the name of the guy who ran the special education program in my grade school. A saint of a man, Mr. Albertine.
Yeah.
Mr. Albertine.
Yeah, it's those people they're not only saints, but they're also have a real thick skin.
Yeah, super important job, but tough for sure.
6996 says, my job is tough because I work as a customer service rep. I'm constantly being insulted by customers.
Yeah.
Dude, that sucks.
Yeah,
You're just they're just grinding your gears all day.
And you're just a punching bag. You know what I mean? I think we've all lost our temper with somebody we're talking to on the phone.
Yeah.
Just like that faceless person who has to put up with everyone else's problems.
Yeah. Like, have you ever gotten hot and then you said, listen, I know it's not your fault. I'm
Yes,
just
like those exact words have come out of my
Take
mouth.
it back a little bit.
Yeah.
And since they're at work, they can't fight back.
Yeah,
So that's what
right.
sucks about having that tough job is you might even win that argument if you're allowed to, but you're in an O'Reilly shirt right now, and I can't talk back.
4410 says his job is tough as a garbage hauler. Customers who put their can touching or up against objects such as vehicles or basketball hoops. Plus all the clowns who drive like idiots. I've thought about that. Like, and we even asked a garbage man on the air once, what's protocol? And he says, keep your cans separate a little bit.
Yeah, I like to leave a little gap there.
Yeah, because
so
they got to
you
come
can
in there with
grab
that
'em.
arm and
Yeah.
do that thing. So
I bet they're stoked when somebody does it appropriately because of how many people just slam them together.
I'm sure they've got houses where they're like, all right, sweet, we're pulling up to 5527. I know their
Yeah.
garbage cans are going to be separated properly.
Ever since that guy called in, I've been doing that. 5827 says, I'm an oiler for a construction company and drive a fuel truck with 2,000 gallons of diesel and a bunch of
make me
other
so
petroleum
nervous.
products. I'm a rolling bomb, baby.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so that's stressful. I mean, not only dangerous, but the tough part is the stress involved.
And it's not just your driving. It's you have to be worried about everybody else on the road, too.
Mm-hmm.
This all stemmed from a top 10 list of the toughest jobs in America, and firefighters came in at number 1.
Yeah.
And this guy says that top 10 list is BS. Logging and deep sea fishermen are absolutely not only the top 5 hardest jobs, but also the top 5 deadliest jobs.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I can
those
see
jobs.
that.
I mean, you think about Deadliest Catch. Everyone's seen the show. You just look at them through the TV and you're cold and exhausted.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, imagine being on that boat for weeks at a time or whatever it is. Most humans would wave the flag.
It takes a special type of person to be able to do a job like that.
0917 says, what makes my job so tough is that I work at Head Start with 3 and 5-year-olds. And I've been scratched, bitten, hit, chairs thrown at me, toys thrown at me, tables tossed at me, pushed down, yelled and screamed at and cussed at. Don't get me wrong, I love my job, but the little guys can be really tough.
And some parents expect Head Start to be the one to teach their kids stuff. They forgot to do it at their place.
Yeah.
By the time they're 5, good luck.
Yeah. Laura, is your laptop on? Oh, I hear it's Beefwater talking in the hallway. That's what I'm hearing.
Oh.
He's talking it up in there.
Listen,
being all loud.
Yeah, I saw Lynn Masterson. We had a nice reunion in the
Oh,
hall.
that's what I was hearing?
Yeah.
You
All
know,
right.
she is a traffic legend, Tanner.
Yeah, she is. She normally does her job from home. Every once in a while, she'll come in inside and do it from here now.
So she startled me. The door crept open, and I'm like, "Who's popping out of here at this hour?" And it was Lynn Masterson.
Was she in pajamas?
It's a bunch of radio people talking loud in the hallway because we don't know how to keep our voices down.
Lynn was in pajamas, all right, brushing her teeth
Red
in the
sweater.
sink at
She
work.
looked like she puts a fresh set of clothes on.
Okay. Oh, that's a new one for old Lynn Masterson. All right. Well, welcome, Beef. Can you pipe it down a little bit, please? Thank you. All right, coming up in a few minutes, we do have tickets to go see Bryan Adams and Pat Benatar. We are going to play our game called the Rotten Tomatoes game. Well, we'll give you a couple of movies. You just have to tell us which one's rated highest on the tomats.
Yeah.
It's coming up in minutes. Happy Tuesday. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura on The Brew.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
All right, coming up next, we got some tickets to go see Bryan Adams when he takes over the Moda Center with Pat Benatar.
Yeah.
Be a fun show. We're going to play the Rotten Tomatoes game coming up next. So we have callers 10 and 11 on the phone. We're going to read off a couple of movies, and you just have to tell us which movie's rated higher on Rotten Tomatoes. On Rotten Tomatoes.
The tomatoes.
866-445-1059. We'll play that game coming up right after the Chili Peppers. Happy Tuesday. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura on The Brew.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
All right, before we play the game, there's a few more talkbacks we want to get to. People talking about how tough their jobs are. And, you know, firefighter came in at number 1. Construction worker came in at number 2. And there's been like a lot of construction work by my house. It's not really construction. I guess it's more road work / tree work. Yeah. But they've been shutting the road down because those guys have to go really high to start trimming the trees. I feel that's got to be a pretty dangerous job.
Oh, an arborist is an incredibly dangerous job. Going to the top of any tree, let alone like a Doug fir or whatever. That's why when you hire those people and they quote you, you think that you're getting ripped off. Well, you're paying for the fact that they're risking their life.
We got some talkbacks coming in through our iHeart Radio app.
Good morning, Brew Crew. What makes my job so tough, I'm sure all welders can attest to this, is welding all day long in a metal box in the heat of the summer.
Yeah.
Definitely not fun.
I pass one of those places, like a big warehouse that they do that on the way to work every day.
Yeah.
And in the summertime, those guys get started at about 4 in the morning. Because it's just they want to leave early because it gets so damn hot later on.
Yeah.
It's hot in January in that place.
More talkbacks with the app.
I got a fairly easy job. Only thing bad about it is mainly traffic. And well, some of them tractor tires get pretty heavy. I work for TFD delivering tires, and one of these tractor tires, I had it leaning up against the van on one side, and it actually fell over and hit the other side, put a nice sized dent coming out of the van. So you know them suckers are heavy.
Yeah.
And they hurt when they hit you.
I bet.
Man.
They hurt when they hit you.
Even moving a little tire it's awkward.
So did he damage his own van, or did he damage a van next to where he was unloading?
It sounded like the back of his van.
His own, yeah.
That's why he was so casual about it. He was like, yeah, boy, I really banged it up good.
That guy would be casual even if it was somebody else.
He'd
pay less if it was someone else's.
Make a quick getaway.
It's time to play the Rotten Tomatoes game. All right, we're going to list off some movies, and you just have to tell us which movie is rated higher on Rotten Tomatoes.
Yeah.
Rotten Tomatoes.
The tomatoes.
We also call this game Rot Tomat.
Rot Tomat. I like it.
Let's go to Susie. Good morning, Susie.
Good morning.
Susie, what's the last movie you watched?
Minecraft.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. Oh, they got a great song in there. That Jack White.
Jack
Steve-
Black.
Oh, I'm
Jack
sorry,
Black.
not.
Oh my God.
The Steve's Lava Chicken.
Dude,
I love him. He's so funny.
Laura came in here. She goes, "You got to look up Steve's Lava Chicken on YouTube."
Yeah.
She was so excited about the song. Now, when you were in the
So
theater, were
good.
they throwing buckets of popcorn and chickens and stuff? Because I know like people have been going crazy in the theaters.
No, actually, it was pretty calm.
All right.
Yeah, I think they wanted to throw like popcorn at the people that were working there because their the machines on the inside to print out tickets wasn't working.
Oh. So she wanted to just throw
Man,
popcorn
yeah.
at the staff.
The employees, yeah.
Yeah, kids have been losing their minds
Yeah.
into Minecraft movies, throwing popcorn. One kid brought in a live chicken. He pulled out a chicken from his coat
Stop.
pocket. I swear to God.
What?
It's on YouTube. And people have just been going insane and like trashing the theater for the Minecraft
Well, that's
movie.
not okay.
It sounds awesome. It sounds fun.
I have to say that when we saw that little video, I was impressed. You know, I didn't think I would like any of it, and it did make me laugh. And didn't you say it was the shortest song to ever chart?
On the Billboard Hot 100, yeah, 34 seconds.
I'm still not going to go to the theater for it, though.
Absolutely not. Not a gunpoint.
That song is enough. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. All right, it's time to play this game. You got to get at least 3 out of 5 to win, Susie, okay?
Okay.
All right. You know how to play the game, right?
Kind of, yeah.
All right, I'm just going to read off some movies, and you just have to tell us which one's rated higher on Rotten Tomatoes.
Okay.
All right. Which movie's rated higher, Susie? Hancock with Will Smith or I Am Legend with Will Smith?
I Am Legend with Will Smith.
I Am Legend rated higher on Rotten Tomatoes. It is. I Am Legend's got a 68%. Hancock only at 42, which is crazy. Hancock is great.
That's robbery.
Which movie's rated higher on Rotten Tomatoes, Susie? Pee-wee's Big Adventure or Ernest Goes to Camp?
Ernest Goes to Camp.
Is
Although
Ernest
I love Ernest.
Goes to Camp rated higher on the tomats? I'm sorry, Susie. No, Pee-wee's Big Adventure has an 89% and well-deserved.
Well, Ernest Goes to Camp also has the amazing I'm Just Glad It's Raining song. Look it up. Incredible rendition by Ernest.
All right, what's our score?
It is 1-1, but I
Su-
feel like that Pee-wee was a lay-in that you missed.
Susie, which movie's rated higher? Inception or Interstellar? Both Christopher Nolan films.
I'll go with Inception.
Is Inception rated higher? It is. Hey! I think that's crazy!
No,
Inception's 87%, Interstellar 73%.
2-1.
You get the next one right, Susie. The tickets are yours.
Oh, I'm so nervous.
Which is rated higher? Space Jam or Air Bud?
Air Bud.
Is Air Bud rated higher on Rotten Tomatoes?
Yes!
It is.
Woo! Thank you!
Air Bud has a 48%. Space Jam only has a 43% on Rotten
48.
Tomatoes.
The first Air Bud's not so bad.
Damn.
And then there's Air Receiver, I think, and then
Yeah.
a Golden Receiver, I think.
Golden
is what it is.
yeah, that's something like that. Now, my kids love those movies to the point where they've watched all those stupid spin-offs.
Yeah. Dude, it's just, it's the modern day Beethoven. I loved Beethoven.
Oh, yeah,
you
they
know.
love Beethoven, too.
All right, hang on the phone, Susie. We'll see you at the Brian Adams and Pat Benatar show. You're
Oh, I love Pat Benatar so much and Brian Adams, so thank you so much.
Not a problem at all.
You guys
Have fun.
rock.
We'll see you at the concert. I want to tell you about the Advocates real quick. Sorry, I got an email.
That's all right. You're an important guy.
It happens.
If you've been in an accident, write this website down, advocateslaw.com. They're going to be the people who help you out when you've been in an accident with these insurance companies, because the insurance companies are going to fight you. I was in an accident a couple years back. They lowballed me so hard at first, and I really wish I had the advocates on my side then. Advocateslaw.com is the website. They're going to fight for you and make sure that they pay you what you're owed. The insurance companies are going to tell you, oh, we can't do anything. The advocates are going to make sure that they do something, all right? Ken and Donnie, I know them personally. I've actually seen commercials of them on television lately. That's Ken and Donnie in the commercials. If you see a commercial for the advocates on TV, that's Ken and Donnie. I know those guys. Reach out to them, and they're going to make sure that the insurance companies give you everything that you're owed. They don't even get paid until you win, so there's no risk to you, and they've gotten over $100 million for their clients. Advocateslaw.com is the website. Next time you've been in an accident, you need more than an attorney. You need an advocate. Advocateslaw.com.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jello shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
the big story.
It's time to go around the room sharing what we think the biggest stories of the day are. Laura, you want to go?
I can go. I think the big story is that Amazon Prime Day is back. It's set for July. Now, they haven't announced specific days yet, but here is what we do know. Early deals will start in June. You can expect major price drops on Amazon devices like Fire Sticks, smart speakers, Kindle, stuff like that. Big discounts on beauty products, tech, kitchen appliances, back-to-school stuff, and flash sales that only last for a few hours or while supplies last. So stay tuned for more details because the deals are coming.
Yeah.
Back to school might be a good one to get at because every year what happens in the summer, we talk about rising price of school supplies. So maybe you can get a little bit of relief on that one.
For sure.
The big story to me is Rite Aid is in financial trouble. You probably noticed that if you've been into a Rite Aid and it looks like there has been one of those things where they all run in and steal everything.
Yeah.
Well, they're not stealing everything. It's just nobody's going in there anymore. The drugstore has filed Chapter 11 bankruptcy for the second time in 2 years.
Damn.
Now, the CEO says that the bad economy mixed with tariffs and other factors have contributed to the situation. I think it also is, it's blockbuster stuff. You know, Rite Aid was an accredited name that could have gone online and pushed that market a little bit more. Now, if you're going to go get some tanning spray or you got to get some deodorant, a lot of times you just click and send it to your doorstep rather than go in and talk to the old lady behind the counter in the blue vest.
Yeah. I think the big story of the day is just days after announcing that Grand Theft Auto 6 will be delayed until next year, they dropped the trailer on us this morning, y'all.
Oh, wow. Well, wow.
Trailer 2 for Grand Theft Auto 6 just came out a couple hours ago, and it looks great. The animation and the graphics for this game look next level. Laura was saying it looks like a movie. But it dropped this morning. You can see it at 1059thebrew.com. But Grand Theft Auto 6 now officially out May 26th of next year. So we got a long time to wait.
Yeah.
And I mean, this probably won't be the last trailer.
No.
Right? So, I mean, we have more to look forward to.
Yeah, there wasn't really any gameplay, so I would assume at some point we'll see some of that. But
hopefully.
I'm excited. Check it out, 1059thebrew.com. It'll probably have 1 billion views by week's end.
I would guess.
It's crazy how many people watch those things.
Everyone's waiting.
All right. Coming up in a few minutes, we want to know this morning, what's the most dangerous thing you've ever done? You know, we were talking about tough jobs this morning. Maybe the dangerous thing you've done was at work. Maybe it was partying with your buddies. You got drunk and climbed like a radio tower. I don't know.
It's all very possible.
My kid did it in kindergarten, cop. Who's to
That's
say
right.
some drunk man wouldn't
And
do
he
it.
didn't even have a handle of Tito's.
Right. So what's the most dangerous thing you've ever done in your entire life?
Oh, that's a tough one.
866-445-1059 is the number. We'll also take your talkbacks through our iHeartRadio app. Your chance at $1,000 happens right now.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jello shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
All right, we want to know what's the most dangerous thing you've ever done in your life. Doesn't matter what it is. It could have been while hunting. It could have been at work. It could have been partying with your friends. It could have been just by mistake.
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess that happens. I love reading about behind the scenes of films and movies and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And there was a scene in Terminator 2. If everyone's seen Terminator 2, that scene at the end of well, not Laura, sorry.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Watch it.
The scene at the end of the movie where the helicopter flies under the overpass. James Cameron, the director, wanted the cameraman to like sit on the back of a pickup truck while he went 80 miles down the freeway.
Yeah.
And the guy was like, I don't want to do it. It's too scary. And so James Cameron said at this point, this was the most dangerous thing I'd ever done in my career. He put the Steadicam rig on, hopped in the back of the pickup truck, and they floored it down the freeway, and he was the one filming the shot.
Which is extremely frightening.
And they probably wouldn't do that now because that's the early 90s, and it was kind of the Wild West. But
And now they like, we won't insure that,
Yes.
all this other crap.
Right. But that's pretty dangerous. I've never done anything super dangerous at work just because I'm in the studio all day.
Right.
Like if it's opening my dumb mouth.
Yeah.
Yeah, that can be dangerous. Put you in a sticky situation.
There's definitely been some sticky situations, but not those type of things. Luckily, you don't fall off a cliff when that happens.
I was thinking probably the most dangerous thing I've done is I was thinking about this off the air. So I live on a hill, and the back of my house is kind of high because of that. So it's super high up, and I got to go up there and put the moss stuff on.
Oh, on
the
your roof?
Yeah. I got to go up there, and it's so high because it's so high that they have hooks up there. So
you can
attach yourself.
Yeah.
And I think your house has the same thing, Drew.
I need that.
You need that.
I do not have that. I have to fly blind.
I went up there, and I was up there for about 30 seconds, and I was like, I'm going to die.
Yeah.
I'm going to trip. I'm going to tumble. My fat ass is going to tumble down the back of the house.
Yeah, that stuff is so scary.
It would be a slow tumble too. The gunk, the gunk, the gunk.
Would have been funny to watch, perhaps, if you ended up being okay afterwards. Not so much to experience.
It's pretty
though.
high up. I think I would have broken a leg or something. But that's probably the most dangerous thing. I can't think of anything else.
Yeah, my family had an intervention about that same idea that you got to stop going up there, because my backside mine's just like yours. Like you're one slip away from dead.
Yeah. So would you say that's the most dangerous thing you've done, or what do you think? What do you think it is?
No, I mean, going on any of my roofs, I think has been pretty close to the most dangerous things. Now, I will say, aside from some of the things that like when I joined a fraternity, we were forced to do some things with alcohol that, if we went down that alley, very dangerous things. Like I drank a fifth in a night because that was part of a ritual. And a fifth of alcohol should never be drank by anybody. But, you know, all that stuff aside, we've all, you know, done drugs and made mistakes, things like that you probably could have died from. But I once had to traverse across an ice shelf while going up middle sister of the Sisters Mountains.
Mm-hmm.
And what it is when you cross it, it is basically where two giant pieces of ice have separated, and in the middle you see that deep blue. And it goes down, I mean, it's like a quarter mile straight down to the base of the mountain, and you have to cross over those things.
No.
Now, you have a rope on you,
Yeah.
but that rope is only attached to another person. So, like, if you fall into the hole...
Everyone's going with you.
They're supposed to, like, try and lay down and hold you up, but you can just go thunk, 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 and everybody goes down. So...
I always thought that was interesting with rock crawling. If I die, everybody dies.
Yeah. And
I'm
so
bringing
like,
you all down.
And so you have a little pickaxe that if you were sliding down, you're supposed to try and shove it in the wall and
Sure,
hope.
yeah.
But I mean, I'm pretty sure I'd just die at the bottom of that ravine.
Easier said than done.
You know, it was definitely that was up there.
Let's go to line 1. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. What's the most dangerous thing you've ever done?
Well, the most dangerous thing I've ever done is blindly reached in for a snake when not knowing whether it was a rattlesnake or a gopher snake or what. I had my torso. Snake was seen in a school, elementary classroom, so I went down there, and I have my upper torso in the cabinet, reaching in underneath blindly to get this snake out.
Wow.
Do you wear like a glove or something that will protect you from?
No.
Okay.
No.
I feel like this segment is what's the most dangerous and or dumb thing you've ever done.
Dumb is in there too.
Well, you know, I mean, you want to snake around little kids, or you call somebody that I did have an idea that it was just a gopher snake, but wasn't positive.
Right.
They did have a glancing picture with just a basic little shot of it as it was hiding under there, and so I had a pretty good idea, but I wasn't positive. There wasn't anything else under there.
Well,
You
I'm
know?
glad
I'm
you got it out and that it wasn't some sort of cobra.
Yeah, you saved the day.
Yeah, no, it turned out to be a 4-foot gopher snake. But
Yes, Beef.
I was just going to say, so what happened at school today, kid? Oh, there was a snake in our classroom, and then a snake man came to get it, but he wasn't wearing gloves, so he got bit, and then he died in our history class.
Yeah, that would have been a good story for all the children.
Thanks, dude.
Yeah, that
Appreciate
would have
it.
been funny. But you bet. Bye.
Let's go to One-Eyed Sean. Good morning, One-Eyed Sean. What's the most dangerous thing you've ever done?
Hey, it's actually not what I did. It's what my son did. You guys have met him before at the Trash Bandit.
Yeah, he's hugging all over Laura.
Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, he went down, it's called Sprague Hill by the high school, and it's probably over a quarter of a mile long, and it's probably at a good, I'd say, 12 to 16% grade. But him and his friends called it shopping cart surfing.
Oh,
He went down
jeez.
that hill in a friggin' shopping cart.
Yeah.
That's a death wish.
I've seen videos of people do that. You know, they put two girls in a shopping cart and they smack into a cement wall or or a street sign or something. I don't know why people think that that's a good idea. You're going to get rocked.
They're unstable at the grocery store, let alone going down. I mean, that grade of a hill? No way.
Yeah, that, and he said when he got to the bottom, the wheels were melted where the little axles go through where the wheel can spin.
God.
Man, he should be eating through a straw.
Thanks for the call, bro. Appreciate it. One-Eyed Sean,
Yeah,
everybody.
have a good day, guys.
All right, what's the most dangerous thing you've ever done? 866-445-1059 is the phone number. Beef, you ever do anything dangerous?
Only in a work setting. So, like when I was
Only
an
in a work
electrician,
setting.
we would, sometimes you're working on some lights, and maybe, it's about 6 foot higher than the scissor lift would go. So maybe you put a step ladder up there, and then
I
you're
see.
maxed out on the scissor lift, and then climbing on a step ladder.
Yeah,
Somebody was just telling us this morning about how if you take a scissor lift too high or you maneuver it wrong, you'll just topple right over.
Yeah, it's possible.
Yeah.
I guess I've done dumb things like that, like put a step ladder on a bucket.
And then
Right.
step,
to get a little
step
higher.
on the part that says "Do not step" here.
Uh-huh.
I do that. All right, more of your calls and texts coming up in just a second. Hang on.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jello shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
1, 2, 3.
And now, Bruce Sports. Here's Drew.
Well, this was kind of predicted, but after such a storied career with the Baltimore Ravens, place kicker Justin Tucker, who has been surrounded by all kinds of issues, that maybe he's gone to a massage parlor and gone out of bounds a couple of times. Now, more than a couple of accusations, but the team washed their hands of a guy who looks to be a future Hall of Famer yesterday, releasing the kicker. Now, not mentioning the sexual misconduct, but saying the way that the roster lays out and with financial situations and just team decisions, they're moving on. But to me, this is a guy who is like revered there before this. So you can't have these types of allegations, especially when they come in droves. It's kind of hard to wish it all away. Finally, tonight, you do get a doubleheader, and after the action we saw yesterday, these games could be pretty exciting. Starting at 4 o'clock tonight, it's a doubleheader on TNT, Indiana and Cleveland. Then Golden State and Minnesota. We'll see if these end up evened up or if we're going to get some commanding leads heading into Game 3. There's your sports.
Thank you much. This hour's keyword for your shot at $1,000 from the Cash Squatch. It'll take you less than 30 seconds to enter this contest, and you could be $1,000 richer. The keyword is grand. So log on 1059thebrew.com right now. As soon as you get there, a box will pop up. Type in the keyword grand, and then all you have to do after that is keep an eye on your cell phone because we could call you back with the cash. All right, we want to know what's the most dangerous thing you've ever done. More your calls after Eddie Money on The Brew.
Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sakes. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
We want to know this morning, what's the most dangerous thing you've ever done in your entire life? We got a text from 2560. It says, does a year in Iraq on convoy security count as dangerous? Yeah, hell yeah.
I think so.
Hell yeah.
We're like, I jumped off high rocks. Yeah, that yours counts. You went
Yeah.
to war.
Yeah.
That's the most dangerous thing I can imagine.
This text comes to us from 2978. It says, playing yard darts drunk at night is one of the most dangerous things I've ever done. Surprised nobody got hit.
Reason those things are outlawed.
Discontinued.
Yeah, which is too bad, really.
It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. Hi, good morning. What's the most dangerous thing you've ever done?
I jumped from one balcony to another balcony to steal the neighbor's electricity, and it was 38 stories high.
Dude, that's your dick move and super dangerous.
Yeah. Wait, what did you steal?
Yeah.
Electricity?
Yeah. I grabbed electricity out of the neighbor's balcony because the girls wanted to go out and they had no hairdryer.
Oh, my God.
Okay.
Well, you could just get the lights turned on. But
Yeah. Needless to say, afterwards, when it came time to get my cord back, I just yanked on that thing until it came because I realized how stupid I was.
Yeah, that's not safe, man.
You fall from 30-plus stories, you're goulash.
Stealing electricity.
Yeah, and then as soon as I yanked that cord, I realized my pot pie wasn't done. Terrible timing.
Yeah, I feel like my story would be similar to that story, but not as high in the air.
Tell us, Laura, what is the most dangerous? Because you do things, you're adventurous. You get out there and you do silking and you climb those silks high in the sky.
Yeah, but this wasn't any of that. This was just stupid.
She's been cited for trespassing, too, so who knows what she was climbing on.
Yeah, what's the most dangerous thing you've done, Laura?
Okay, so I was drunk during the day. I think I just, I had flown back into Spokane or something, so I was just, having fun on the airplane in the, airport bar.
You don't have to explain your alcoholism. That's fine.
Okay, cool.
You got
so
loose.
you understand. I just wanted you to know that it was during the day and I was already making poor decisions. But I got back to my apartment, which was kind of like motel style, like the doors were on the outside, you know? And there's the hallway to your door and then a banister and then it drops off. So we were on the 4th floor and I got back to my apartment and realized I didn't have my keys. But there was a window right next to the door over the banister that went into the bathroom, which was probably 2 feet, 1.5 feet, 2 feet from the railing. So I was like, I bet I can climb on the railing and wedge the window open and get through the window that way. So I drunkenly climb up onto the banister, which is like an iron banister.
So not very sturdy.
Super narrow. I climb up to the banister. Somehow, I do not know how I didn't die. I don't know how I didn't fall 4 stories to the concrete.
Yeah, because you're pretty clumsy.
Especially hammered.
Yeah, and it's just it required a lot of balance. And then you're I'm balancing on the banister while I'm trying to shove the window open. And then I have to put my body far enough through the window.
At an angle.
Yeah, upwards. So somehow I launched my body into the bathroom window, landed with my left hand on the towel rack, broke the towel rack. It fell off under my weight, and I just tumbled into the bathroom. So, I got inside.
Reason 314 why Laura didn't drink for a year.
Yeah.
Yeah, the neighbors below her are like, what the hell's happening up there? Is she moving a couch?
Doing acrobatics?
So was going to the manager's office to get a spare key just not an option?
I don't remember there being a manager's office, and I'm sure there was, but it was the weekend, so it really Beefwater, it really didn't even cross my mind.
A lot of those times,
no, stand on the tin roof instead.
Yeah,
that's a good idea.
A lot of times you got to call a property manager and this and that, and you've had 5, 6, 7 drinks.
I don't got that kind of time.
You're gonna hit the banister every time.
Well, yeah, she probably had to pee or something.
Oh yeah, my dog was in there, so I was like, I gotta go take my dog for a walk.
Well, I'm glad you didn't break an arm or get a fracture or something. Right?
Just had to lay your towel on the ground for the next 3 months.
Let's go to line 1. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. What's the most dangerous thing you've done?
This is Troy.
Hey, Troy.
Hey, my buddy and I went out to Lincoln City to go longboarding one time, and there was a lady that was drowning in the waves. The waves smashing onto the rocks, and she was disappearing under the waves.
Jeez.
And just without even thinking, I dove down the rocks and like grabbed this girl, and she was like a larger woman, and she climbed up me, and she turns around and screams, "My mom's still out there!" And my buddy just takes off like blindly into the waves, and he just runs out. This is like down there by like D River, and he runs out. The next thing you know, he comes like walking around the wave break with like this lady under one arm and a dog in the other arm, and like he got back up to the top, and next thing you know, there were all these sirens and stuff, and everyone was standing around looking at us like we were criminals. So we just took off.
Criminals, you're heroes.
Saved multiple lives.
That's what I said.
Absolute heroes.
Yeah.
Just coming out. I picture that whole thing in slow motion. He's got a chiseled chest.
Yeah, you
Just
saved
sweat.
a lady the size of a sea lion. I mean, you should be celebrated.
Damn.
I don't know why I have to
Yeah, we
fat shame the victims.
we left before the ambulance or the cops came.
All right.
I apologize.
Thanks, bro. Appreciate it. I think that's a
Yeah,
that's a
thanks, guys.
hero move. You shouldn't have taken off.
He said she was a heavier lady, so it's more work. That's what I'm pointing
I,
out.
in my mind, they hit the beach, and the bigger gal's carrying him.
Hi, it's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. Good morning. What's the most dangerous thing you've ever done?
Skydiving.
Skydiving, yeah. I want to do it though, but like, you know, I feel like the first 12 times you got to do it, you do it with somebody else.
Yeah.
And they don't want to die either. So
unless
it's
unless you're
relatively.
getting your license, like you're going to be going tandem. But see,
I feel like it's relatively slow.
Doesn't everybody need a man's belly on your back once in your life?
Oh yeah.
And that's going to be the most platonic way to do it.
Yeah.
You don't need it, but it'll help you skydive.
It will. Yeah.
It was fun. I was all pumped up for it. It just took like 10 minutes just to get up there to jump. Though I was like, "Come on, can we get there faster?"
Yeah, you just want to do it.
I thought the scariest part was sitting in that airplane.
Yeah, it sounds like that was for him too. The anticipation. Let's just get up. Let's just do it. Let's just do it.
Like once you're out of the plane, once you're free falling, it's not so bad.
There's no turning back then.
Yeah.
Thanks, bro. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Got some talkbacks coming in through our iHeartRadio app. Download it for your cell phone today.
Morning, Brew Crew. This is Big John. One of the craziest and dangerous things I've done was...
Well, it was sitting on a yarn chair.
Stop.
Anything plastic?
Using a porta potty?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I'm sorry. I love Big John, but he's a giant man.
Oh, he got stuck in a porta potty.
Morning, Brew Crew.
Did he get stuck in a porta potty?
Yeah. Remember you told us that story?
I don't remember that, but
Yeah.
that's great.
I feel like it was the same.
That'll live on forever.
Yeah, that in the Moda Center chair.
I remember
He's
that.
got a double dose of stuck.
I remember he got stuck in a Moda Center chair. All right, here's Big John.
Morning, Brew Crew. This is Big John. One of the craziest and dangerous things I've done was jumping out of a moving vehicle. We were doing about 25 miles an hour, and I had a full loadout of a machine gun and 800 rounds of ammo that we just tossed out the door, and then I jumped out with a machine gun.
Wow.
I don't even want to. The backstory on that, without it there.
Doesn't he do something with like the military?
Yeah, he does National Guard training.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
When he's not robbing banks.
Yeah. By the way, Big John sent me a text of the steaks that he cooked the other day.
Nice, good looking
Good looking steaks.
Oh wow.
He was rallying
Got
over
inspired by
He's
you
just
guys.
trying to show you guys up.
He loves to barbecue because when we were prepping our meat, he kept coming up. Did you remember to put this on there? Did you? And I'm like, yeah. But he had good advice.
More talkbacks to our app. What's the most dangerous thing you've ever done?
Hey, Tanner, Drew, and Laura. I just flipped my car upside down like 2 weeks ago. That was probably the most dangerous, dumbest thing I have ever done.
I'm glad you're all
I'm
right.
assuming that wasn't on purpose.
I bet you feel so stupid when you're just sitting there and all your stuff is on the roof of your car.
Yeah.
Especially if you just drove too fast in a corner or something that's just obvious.
And like you've seen cars. I saw a video the other day of a minivan that just, I felt like it barely hit the curb and just whoop, flipped right on
See
it,
ya.
right over. So you probably feel really dumb.
Oh yeah, and then your car goes from fully mobile to nothing as soon as you're upside
And while you're
down.
laying there just thinking about, okay, so now my car's totaled. There's no way this is buffing out.
Yeah, right.
So everything you
Let's
got to do.
go to Sean. Good morning, Sean. What's the most dangerous thing you've ever done?
When I was a little kid, like about 6, I was underneath the porch of my house, and I had a gasoline can.
Okay.
And so I decided to light a fire underneath the porch of the house.
Oh no.
You're not thinking there.
Not realizing how close the gas can was to the fire, it blew up and burnt all my hair.
Oh, man.
Well, you're lucky that's the only thing it burned.
Yeah.
Did you have your eyebrows or did it burn those too?
I had those.
All right.
Oh,
man.
I mean, it's
And
a
then
good.
I had no freedom shortly after that.
Yeah. Right.
No
this
freedom.
This is definitely the most dangerous / dumbest thing you've ever done. I mean,
Yeah, I don't think my kid would ever go outside again.
no, I'm going to be one of those parents that was caught on TV because I locked him up for 10
Yeah,
years.
exactly. Yeah, I did lock him up, but did you hear about what they did?
But he's an idiot.
Yeah, you'd do it too.
All right, thanks, Sean. We appreciate it. All right, let's
My pleasure. Have a good day, guys.
go to Dallas. Good morning. Oh, jeez. Oh,
my.
Bing, bing.
Goodness.
What up, dude?
Still talking about dangerous, stupid stuff?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so a bunch of my buddies and I, we raced $500 POS cars around a hayfield, bumping into each other like we were doing NASCAR.
Wow, kind of like a demolition derby, which they
Yeah, we called it the Hayfield 500.
Hayfield. That actually sounds like a lot of fun.
You got full tanks of gas. They're not thinking.
Yeah.
Just doing it.
Oh, yeah, it was fun. I mean, at least we were wearing helmets, but, I mean, we were pit maneuvering each other, playing bumper cars at like 30 miles an hour.
I want to be in one of those demolition derbies so bad. I've always wanted to do it.
Mm-hmm. In a controlled one where you have like a little harness.
Yeah, I don't want to do I don't want to do a street takeover and just. I don't want to take over Burnside.
We're doing it on McLaughlin.
I was gonna say we could probably find one of those. For you.
They're all over. All right, bro. Thanks, Dallas. Appreciate it. More of your calls and texts coming up in a few minutes. What is the most dangerous thing you've ever done? I think I hit two things at once because I got fat thumbs.
Sausage
A lot of action.
fingers.
Hold on, here we go. Let me hit pause. I blame beef water.
100%.
always
Look at
his
him,
fault.
looking guilty.
Look at that guy. Look at him over there. Looking all lumpy.
Look, I'm leaving.
Okay.
I've had enough of you.
We'll be back.
Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
Portland's rock station, 105.9 The Brew. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. Wanted to know, what's the most dangerous thing you've ever done in your life?
In your life.
In your entire life. My mom would think it's everything between the ages of 14 and 16.
Yeah, well, you know.
Everything I did was dangerous. You can't go to the public pool. You'll get pink eye.
Typical teenage stuff.
Yeah, I'm not sure. When I was jumping off of train bridges and trestles and all kinds of things. Those were all dumb moves that I wouldn't do today.
We actually got a couple of those. People saying that I used to, what was that one? They were saying they used to jump off bridges. The texts are coming in so fast. It's hard to keep up. But they used to jump off bridges like in Gladstone. You know, that people get hurt.
Yeah.
And sometimes die out there. You got to be careful.
Yeah. There's one near where I grew up, and everybody would jump off it, and you'd get peer pressured into it. Until one guy jumped off it and got temporarily paralyzed and had to be rescued. And it's like, puts it into perspective. It feels high because it is.
Yeah.
Right. And sometimes you don't realize how high it is until you get up there and you can't get down. The only way down is to jump.
Right.
And you land sideways, water turns to concrete.
Mm-hmm.
This text comes to us from 1981. It says, okay, the most dangerous thing I've ever done would be meth.
Oh, yeah. That's and I bet a lot of people, they're just reluctant to say it, but it's doing drugs they know will kill them.
They say, I thought it would be cool to try when I was 17. A month later, I was up for 2 days and rolled my Volkswagen Bug on Highway 22 with 3 other people in the car.
Oof.
We rolled over 4 times and all survived with no injuries. Meth-free now.
Nice.
1 month and it can wreck your life.
Yeah, dude.
That's how wild that stuff is.
Hi, it's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. What's the most dangerous thing you've ever done?
Well, it was dangerous and stupid. I work in lighting, and I was trying to teach a customer about the metal tab that makes contact with the light bulb, and I stuck my finger in a socket and electrocuted myself.
Oh,
my
wow.
gosh.
Yeah, I guess you got your point across.
And that jacks you up.
Yeah.
Yeah, you see what I just did? Don't do that.
That's exactly what I said.
It's like that. I don't know if you've seen that video that went viral of a guy. He's at a gun range and he's showing guys how to shoot, and he accidentally pulls the trigger, and the guy goes, "Did you mean to do that?" And he goes like, "Oh yeah, I totally meant to do that."
Absolutely,
Yeah,
that's
sure.
what can happen.
Well, glad you didn't
perish.
Glad you didn't die.
Yeah, I'm pretty glad I didn't die, but it sure was funny. The customer got a kick out of it.
I'm sure they did. Thank you for the call. We do have some talkback messages coming in through our iHeartRadio app. What's the most dangerous thing you've ever done?
Good morning, Brew Crew. One of the most dangerous things I've ever done.
I can't even hear it.
Yeah, back in the 90s, me and 100 other guys were in the Congo, and we fought a big silverback gorilla.
Yeah.
Well, what happened?
A lot of them died, but I'm here to say I survived.
He
so
did it.
That's probably the most dangerous thing I've ever done.
Well, that solves it.
Wow.
One man to tell the story of the gorilla fight.
98 men, 99 men got killed.
Yeah, but
But
this
one
dude
survived. So
crawled out.
100 men can beat a gorilla.
I don't know.
That's proven.
Make it
Something
law.
tells me that maybe he's not being truthful about that.
More talkbacks with the app.
What up, guys? Welder Rob here. So my time in the Iron Workers Union, we were helping build the Ritz-Carlton in downtown Portland, probably like 50, 60 stories up, doing the indoor pool, laying out the rebar. And there was no windows on there yet, and it felt like any gust of wind was just going to blow you right out.
Yeah, dude.
It was insane.
My friend was doing that on a building downtown, and he said the same thing. He goes, you just feel like you're going to get blown right out of there.
That's
That
scary.
is so frightening. And you think about when they built New York City and all these other big cities with the people just sitting on iron bars.
Like no harnesses, just eating a
lunch,
sandwich.
Yeah.
I would be so locked up, you would never move me.
I'd still be up there.
I would have died
still be
there
up
in a pile.
More of your calls and texts coming up in a few minutes. Also, another chance to win $1,000 from the Cash Squatch is coming up next. If you've been trying and haven't won, don't quit. Another keyword's coming up right after 3 Doors Down. We're commercial free on 105.9 The Brew.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
Portland's rock station, 105.9 The Brew. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. I can't believe it, but I kind of can believe it, Drew.
What?
Our very own Laura, our sweet little Laura, posted a missed connection on Craigslist yesterday.
I did do that.
Looking for somebody that you saw?
Yep. It was immediate.
I saw you.
I knew I was going to do it the moment I locked eyes with this man.
I didn't know things had gotten this
desperate.
This aggressive.
I know. Me either.
What happened?
So you post. I got to find this post. Hold on. I got to find this.
Did you just volunteer this information, or did he see it on there?
No, he didn't see it. I volunteered this information. The things I do for this show.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, the things you do in general, apparently.
Yeah. Because I mean, are you like you? This guy's not going to see it.
No,
He'll
I
never
mean,
see
maybe you don't know.
All right, what's it called? What's the headline? What's
It's
the title?
called.
of it?
I think it's called something along the lines of High Dive Bike Hottie.
High
or
dive
something.
Is High Dive a place?
That's where I was yesterday.
I found it.
Yes.
And
All
you
right.
you saw a bike hottie.
This is what Laura posted on Craigslist 11 hours ago.
Yes.
All right. Me, sitting outside a picnic table celebrating Cinco de Mayo with my friends. You, hottie with shaggy brown hair and a nose ring. You were riding by on a blue bike and made direct eye contact with me. I yelled after you and told you that you were the most attractive human I'd ever seen. Respond and tell me what color I was wearing, and let's grab a drink sometime.
Were you guys drinking tequila last night?
Yeah. Cinco de Mayo, Drew.
Of course.
What else would I be drinking?
and I don't knock you for it, but that is amazing to actually holler at someone. Because on the reverse of that, you would call that person a pig.
Yeah, because if it's a guy catcalling, we're slobs and we're gross. and
See,
we're
I
pigs.
knew that this was going to come up, but for me,
Because it's obvious.
For me,
Hey, baby, you ever been with a fat man in an overcoat?
I think I did it in a respectful way. I was
You catcalled. How's it ever respectful?
I think it was a very flattering catcall.
Which I would be flattered if a girl actually did that to me. I'd be like, wow, I'm alive.
He clearly just kept going, though.
He did. But we did. I mean, it was one of those things where it's like I turned around and we made eye contact, and then I just like was a creep, and I was like, like I followed him with my eyes. And
Man,
then I
he
just
must have
told him
been-
how beautiful I thought he was.
So you went
You know?
home, and at 10 o'clock, 10 something at
I
night,
was
you
laying
posted
in
this.
bed, and I was like,
I'm going
to find this man.
I'm going to find this man.
Bring me my laptop.
Because at 10 o'clock, that's about 1 a.m. standard human time
Yeah.
because of when you get up. So
Yes.
you were in the twilight of your night thinking about bike hottie.
He was an attractive man.
Well, check your emails. You never know if Bike Hottie's
Well,
listening.
you know what?
or-
And I realized fairly quickly that not only are you going to get emails from the person you hope to
People who
receive emails
are going to
from,
claim that they're them.
they're like, no, I got one from a woman who was like, hey, that wasn't me, but here's a picture. And I was like, not what I was looking for.
Just fishing immediately.
Thank you, though.
You
for
seem
the
desperate. How about a
unsolicited
lady?
picture. Yeah.
You're looking for a dude, and she sends a
Hey, you
headshot.
into chicks, too?
I'm like, no.
I just figured you'd do whatever.
Well, there it is. Laura's still looking for love in all the wrong places.
Yeah,
Well, I hope
You know
Bike
what?
Hottie gets back to you.
Me
The
too.
fact that he didn't stop when you catcalled him
Well,
might
he was
be a red
with he was
flag.
with a bro. I'm sure they were on their way to do something
Yeah,
cool.
just wait. Like if I come in here and I said, "Hey, I yelled at a girl riding by on a bike," Laura would think I was a creep.
You just keep this in your little ace
Look,
in your sleeve for the next time
You're
she
not
creeps
you're
you.
not
Oh,
wrong.
she's such a hypocrite.
You're not wrong, but if a girl hollered at you, both of you, I want your honest opinion. If a girl hollered at you and said, "You're the most attractive human I've ever seen,"
I would feel pretty good.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
would feel great. That has never
that would
happened
be the
to me.
best day ever, but
So-
only because I've never experienced such things.
Yeah.
But, you know, most people don't catcall at strangers, so I'm just hoping that that's why it hasn't happened to us.
Well, there it
'Cause
is.
they're respectful.
Yeah, they're being kind.
No. Well, you know what?
Cat calling Laura.
After a couple of margs,
Couple of marg
Couple of
doggies. Who knows what you'll do
whatever
after some
happens,
margs.
happens. Yeah.
Fair.
All right, if you missed this hour's keyword at the top of the hour for your chance at $1,000 from the Cash Squatch, we'll give it to you here in less than 10 minutes. We're commercial free on 105.9 The Brew. Happy Tuesday.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jello shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
Portland's Rock Station, 105.9 The Brew. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. People are chiming in on Laura posting a Craigslist missed connections post last night after she saw some dude at Cinco de Mayo.
He's not just some dude. He's the most beautiful man I've ever seen.
Hottest man on a bicycle.
Yes.
Probably unemployed. The guy, this text comes from 7677 and says, Laura, you should up your standards. She does have very low standards.
Well, how does this
have
person
you
have any
met
idea?
men? Like, I don't have much of a choice in this life.
All right.
Well, it's like nobody knows what this guy's like, and it's like, can you raise your standards? So
Yeah.
this guy could be Mr. Right. He just went by on a bike.
That's true. He looked like
You don't
he was...
know
No
him.
respectable man's running around on a bike.
That's not true. In this town?
He's
I ride a bike all
shirtless.
the time.
Yeah, I mean, you're working out. This guy's probably
A loser.
What? He's just trying to save the environment.
He's running around on a
and
bike.
Work
Did
on
he
the
have
calves.
Did he not have a shirt on?
No, he had a shirt on.
Oh, in my head, it was shirtless.
No.
He
had
was
a shirt on.
glistening
He
in
was
my
wearing
head.
some sort of backpack. I don't know.
I agree with this guy, though. Up your standards. There's some random dude just walking around on the street. You sound like a psycho posting things on the internet.
Whatever. I'm just trying to find love.
Beggars can't be choosers. Any way you can find it at this point. I mean,
Yeah.
dating apps used to be a and people do it all the time.
I know, but they're terrible.
They're really bad.
Terrible. And so now I gotta get
back in the wild.
Get creative. I'm trying to meet people
Now-
organically out here.
Now, I don't think I could ever actually put one on Craigslist, but you'd had a couple of pops. I see.
Yeah, from people that weren't that guy, randoms, people of the different sex.
No, I'm saying you had a couple of drinks.
Oh,
not actual, not
right.
bites.
Liquid courage.
Yeah.
But
All right, coming up in a few minutes, Beefwater is going to be in the studio for another free-for-all. He's going to tell you all about the stuff that people are giving away for free, right? Like, he just scours the internet looking for deals and free garbage.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you all about it coming up here in less than 10 minutes. Happy Tuesday. We are commercial-free. It's 105.9 The Brew. Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jello shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
Hey, coming up in a few minutes, I don't know if you saw last week tonight with John Oliver on Sunday night.
Yeah.
But the exploding whale story got a big mention.
Really?
And so did the Eugene Emeralds.
Oh, yeah, because they've got the mascot and the whole deal, right?
Yeah, so we'll talk about that. I'll play the audio for you here in about like 15 minutes. But it's cool, man. They spent like 2 or 3 minutes talking about it.
Very cool.
So that was on Sunday night's episode of Last Week Tonight with John Oliver, which I watch every week. That guy's great.
Yeah,
I do
John
love him.
Oliver's great, and that whale story just seems to never die.
It's the gift that keeps on giving.
It won't.
Unlike the whale, the story won't die.
Yeah.
That will last forever. That will be Oregon lore forever.
Yeah, we should call Paul and see what he thought about that, because I'm sure he's heard that it was on Last Week Tonight, right?
Of course. And now that they're using that mascot, it really will be evergreen.
Wait, what's the I'm
They have an alternative mascot for the M's, which is the exploding whales that they used last year.
Oh,
and John
like
Oliver
it.
just thought it was the greatest thing ever.
Yeah.
And then they
Because
then
it
they
is the greatest thing ever.
Then they showed the clip of the Paul Lindman video of the whale exploding. So.
Yeah.
Which is
well, you
cool
got to give it
'cause
context.
One of our old colleagues is actually the guy who runs all the promotions for them. So that's pretty sweet that they're getting that type of notoriety.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so we'll play the audio here in just a few minutes. In the meantime, Beefwater's in here for another free for all.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. So you've been scouring
back.
the internet the last week, looking for all the free items on the internet, what people just want to get rid of, like, hey, I got a pool table or a,
Spring cleaning right now,
We've
right?
got a
Yeah.
hodgepodge and a half today.
there's a lot of stuff.
Categories aplenty.
Okay. And you like the Beefwater loves to look for deals. He loves yard sales, especially estate sales.
Yes.
That's his thing.
If you die, he's into it.
Right.
I want all of your grandma's old fabrics.
All right, well, besides fabrics, what is on the list this
Okay,
week?
first up, get a load of this. Free laboratory glassware and supplies. If you're looking for some new hardware for your burned out motorhome on Marine Drive, look no further than this free laboratory glassware and supplies. A nice set of Erlenmeyer flasks, watch glasses and graduated cylinders, laboratory stand clamps, assorted plastic labware, dispenser bottles, graduated cylinders, and even a funnel.
Wow.
This is a full-blown Breaking Bad kit.
Yeah, you can go Mr. Wizard or you can go straight to jail. The choice is yours on what you want to do with this.
I think it's almost irresponsible for them to be just giving this away for free.
Could be perfect for your organic chemistry lab.
Yeah.
Box not included, so bring your own containers to securely transport the stuff home. Pick up only. Send text with your name. Phone calls and emails will not be returned.
Oh, man.
This could be a Walter
So,
White.
Yeah, if you're looking to get sciencey, wink, wink, got a little something for you. All right, I got a blue Orpington rooster that needs a new home.
A rooster?
Yep. He's a good-looking fella, too. He's big. He's a protective guy. They've got another rooster, and the girls are, quote, getting too much attention from the both of them. So they got to weed one out, give the dames a break, and
fair enough.
You know, go roost on at your own place. He's located out there in La Center, and he gets along with other roosters. He takes care of his girls when he's out free-ranging. Sounds like a good fella. So go out and pick yourself up a blue Orpington rooster.
It's a little
Why
hand,
not?
a little handsy.
And then if you have a need for plastic jars, you know, if
Oh.
you're just thinking, man, if I only had a plastic jar to put these screws in.
I mean, Laura, guys ask you to fart in jars all the time.
Well, thanks for stealing my punchline.
First of all,
Well, it was obvious.
First of all, guys don't ask me to fart in jars, but if they did,
for the
I
right
I
price.
wouldn't say no.
I still want to hear the punchline beat.
No, I don't have one for real, but that's where I was going. So, like it says in the title, they've got a whole bunch, like literally 100 plastic jars. So I don't know if they have like some sort of protein powder that they just buy on the regular lot.
Yeah, like
and they
what
just
size
stockpile these
jars?
things.
Are
Two
these
different
like-
sizes.
Okay.
You've got a 5x3 inch and a 6x6 inch.
Which is the perfect farting size.
So there you are.
That's how it hits the bottom and you can get the lid on in time.
They've got a little bit of dusty residue on the inside, but you can definitely rinse them out for something, you know, that who knows what. I'm thinking like hardware. Who knows?
All right,
How's a wet one?
rewash it out.
Very aggressive.
Wash it out
Yeah.
again.
So please don't just take one or two. They need you to come and take a bunch of those. And that's what I was going to say was,
All right.
you know, sort your screws out or a little something for your OnlyFans page.
Right.
And then
jar that.
a free hospital bed in Portland. We all know what happens here, right? You don't just get a hospital bed.
Somebody died.
Somebody saw the light.
Yeah.
So if you need a hospital bed that somebody just checked out on,
Oh.
I got you.
Okay.
I think it's just like a cast iron pan. You want a seasoned one.
Yeah, I mean, it's free. It's waiting for you over in Portland. All you need is a pickup truck.
That's true.
What's that?
But
Yeah, a used
That you want a
hospital bed. I mean,
seasoned
it's already
hospital
broken
bed?
in. You don't want to go through the whole it's too stiff phase.
It brought somebody to their maker. You know it's good enough for your grandma,
Yeah,
too.
it's a finish line bed.
Absolutely. That's why it's only been used for just 2 months.
Mm-hmm.
Real quick.
Oh, they didn't last very long, did they? That must have been like a hospice care or something.
Bring that sucker in. As soon as they took a look at it and went, all right, I know what this is all about.
But dude,
I'm out of here.
for people, listen, the people who are going through it, maybe they've got a mom or a family member struggling, like
prices.
That stuff is
I was
crazy
just gonna
expensive.
say, all jokes aside, that's a huge win if you're in the market for one of those because they're not cheap. Last but not least, a free patio bar. This is located in Portland as well. If you're looking for like a nice 80s-ish looking, just a quick little bar, 4-seat situation with an umbrella for your backyard. They got one that they don't even want anymore, dude.
Laura, put that on your porch.
No, see, I was thinking the same thing about you. I was like, add it to your shed collection. Drew.
Well, I was thinking, but it's a bar. You and your friends could have drinks up there, and you can holler at dudes from right there at the rail.
Drinking out of a coconut. What's going on down there?
You know I will.
Sweet lips.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, Mr. Pax?
Yeah.
Hey, I dropped a nickel. Pick it up for me real quick.
I'm not. I'm not. I'm not above that. I'm not above that.
If it gets him upstairs.
Yeah.
So
That's good.
anyway,
That's good.
so you'll need a truck to haul it, but just needs a quick little pressure wash, and you're in the money.
There it is.
There you are. That's the free for all for this week.
Awesome. Thank you, Beefwater.
Yeah, anybody wants any of that stuff, hit me up. Beefwater at 1059thebrew.com. I'll point you in the right direction.
Also, I think Drew's got a hot tub he's trying to get rid of.
I do. If somebody really wants a working portable, or the Coleman hot tub, I will hook it up for free. You just got to send me a direct message.
Drew will blow it up with his mouth.
It's already blown up. I will suck the air out of that thing with my mouth.
Oh my goodness.
That's right. Anything to get it out of the yard.
And that's 120 straight. Just plug it into a wall, right?
Straight into the wall. Comes with the bubble maker and the whole deal. All you got to do.
You will love
I'll
it.
even give you the chlorine that I have there.
You will love it for 4 to 6 months, I promise.
Sure.
Yeah. I mean, if you have a spot that's out of the way, I just have too many kids and not enough room, too many sheds.
Yeah.
I do feel like it's the way it goes with those hot tubs, though. My mom bought one. They're dope, you know? She used that thing for about a year, and then it just sat there, and, just the elements took it.
Mm-hmm. And the nice thing about it is it's a good tester for you to see if you want a full-size one, because
good point.
I don't like to be crock-potted, and I know that now.
Yeah, dude, hot tubs are not for me. I like a lukewarm water.
You know what
lukewarm
happens to
tub.
potatoes after they sit in hot water long enough? They get all soft and blurgy. I don't want to turn my liver into that.
Yeah, not me. I like to soak in there until my vision goes away.
Doesn't surprise me about you, Beefwater.
We got some talkback messages to listen to. You can send us one anytime through our iHeartRadio app. Download it for your cell phone.
Hey, Laura, don't let them discourage you. I actually met my wife off of Craigslist. We've been together 12 years now. She hates it when I tell people that. She just says, no, we met online. But Craigslist, 99.9% of the time, is sketch. But that 0.1%, you just never know, even if he is just on a bike.
Was it a misconnection, or was it just like...
It was a love connection. Is what it
I've
was.
got tires.
She's posting an I saw you, and we did a whole segment about how that's creepy.
Yeah, well, and it also is just how low the success rate is.
Yeah.
But to find two people, not just the person who sends it, but also the person who responds to not be creepy is...
Yeah, but I mean, here's a good platform, though. Like now, it can turn into a missed connection that everyone else can be aware of. So if anyone happens to know a man who fits that description.
Who goes to that bar, which was which place?
The High Dive. And
The
he was
High
at
Dive.
the corner of Madison and 12th.
She really wants this to work.
He didn't stop.
I'm looking
He
for a
wasn't-
sound effect that represents the sad sound.
Yeah.
Just something sad.
Little violin.
I know. I
No,
mean,
just
like
like
I
a-
have become the cringe,
Like a guy
you
saying
guys.
pathetic or something like that.
I'm sure it's on one of those
I'm looking for
pages.
something specific. Wow, really sad. Something like that from like a movie.
She's just gazing at you.
I'll dig it up later.
You know
Tomorrow.
what,
We'll
you
do this
guys-
again tomorrow.
You know what, you guys? When I find my dream man on the blue bicycle, you're gonna have to eat your words.
He was probably on the bike because he has a DUI.
Seriously, stop looking at dudes like they're meat.
That's what I was saying, man. A grown-ass man on a bike that's not exercising.
But
Red flag.
he's getting from point A to point B.
He's a loser. Guaranteed.
In his defense, it was 75 degrees, and it was a bikeable
And it was a
day.
beautiful, it was a beautiful day.
He's got
Some people ride bikes.
blow and go on the bike.
Some people don't drive their cars everywhere.
Yeah, did he have
Well, he can.
Did he have a breathalyzer on that
Unlike
thing?
Casey Beefwater Bay, he could actually go more than 2 blocks on a bicycle without keeling over.
I just walked 10.5 miles with my feet. What are you talking about?
Are your hips still hurting?
No, they feel fantastic. I just cut my lawn and everything.
All right. Well, you know it's time to
Don't
go to
try and turn
break.
you crazy on me, Laura.
When we start to turn on each other, it's time to go to break. We're going to find out what's trending next. I'm actually going to play that audio from you for you from last week tonight with John Oliver on Sunday. So
yeah,
we'll do that next. Hang on, you guys just calm down. Laura, someone host her.
I hate all of you.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jello shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
Portland's rock station, 105.9 The Brew. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. I got a few more talkbacks I want to play from people chiming in about Laura posting a missed connection on Craigslist.
Mm-hmm.
Here's what they're saying.
Beautiful guy out riding a bicycle with another dude, probably the boyfriend.
That is true. It's also
it
a
wasn't
very good point.
like that.
How do you know they were flying by?
I wasn't picking up those vibes.
Yeah, but he drove by. You were drunk. Maybe your vibes are off.
I was like one margarita in. I wasn't drunk.
Oh, give me one margarita. I'm gonna open my legs.
Give me two. I can't say the rest.
You know where it was headed.
Here's another talkback.
Hey, what's up, Laura? I'm Hot Bike Guy. I heard somebody the other day, just yesterday while I was riding around, say, hey, you're the most beautiful human I've ever seen. I looked in my little rear view mirror and I said, was that your own mind telling you that? Of course it was.
There's Hot Bike Guy. We found him. It worked out.
Didn't take long.
HBG. It worked out.
HBG.
All right, let's do this real quick.
Now, what's trending?
So I got to watch all the shows like a day later, you know, so if it airs 10 o'clock on Monday, I got to watch it Tuesday because I go to bed so damn early.
Yeah.
So I watched Last Week Tonight with John Oliver yesterday and was super surprised to hear that not only the Eugene Emeralds get a big shout out, which they're the minor league baseball team in Eugene.
Yep.
But they also shout out, well, they didn't say Paul Lindman's name, but they did play part of the clip of him blowing the whale up.
Which is pretty cool.
What was that, 1970?
I think it just celebrated some anniversary. I want to say it was like 75.
It looks like it's at the dawn of color television.
It does. It does. But yeah, on Last Week Tonight with John Oliver, they mentioned it because John Oliver was saying that it's what did he say? It was the greatest rebrand that he's ever seen a team do because they changed their name in Eugene. The Eugene Emeralds changed their name for a day.
Yeah, to the Exploding Whales, which, you know, whenever it rains blubber, it's to be remembered.
So I shot this with my phone. Like I just turned the TV up on my, the volume up on my TV and then shot it with my phone. So it sounds a little weird. Oh, here we go. Hold on.
Concerns the Eugene, Oregon Emeralds. They managed to triple merchandise sales to nearly $1 million in a single season by occasionally playing as the Exploding Whales, which is already a good name. But gets even better when you learn it's a nod to a notorious 1970s blunder when a dead, smelly 8-ton whale washed ashore in Oregon, and the state highway agency thought it'd be a fine idea to use explosives to blast the carcass to smithereens and let seagulls take care of the remains.
I love when you can tell these people haven't heard the story yet. They're like, oh, I'm shocked. I can't believe it.
This is the whale in question, and if you've never seen the footage of what happened next, I'll let the local news from back then fill you in.
The explosion.
Our camera stopped rolling immediately after the blast. The humor of the entire situation suddenly gave way to a run for survival as huge chunks of whale blubber fell everywhere. The dunes were rapidly evacuated as spectators escaped both the falling debris and the overwhelming smell. Fortunately, no human was hit as badly as the car. However,
so they're reacting, the crowd's reacting to seeing cars looks like a superhero landed on it.
Smash.
Because they're just caved in because of whale blubber.
Blub
the
chunks.
scene was covered with small particles of dead whales.
Why would you not name a minor league baseball team after a historic moment like that?
Well, that was a pretty cool moment.
It is cool.
Awesome.
Nice to see it live on.
Yeah, so we've got that video clip on our Instagram if you want to check that out at 1059thebrew.com. So cool moment for Paul Lindman getting that thing's going to live forever, that video.
It will. That's right.
So
I didn't realize that the blubber crushed cars.
Dude, crushed cars all over the place. It's a miracle nobody got hurt.
Yeah.
Honestly, somebody could have died. I mean, that blubber, if it crushed a car, it would kill a person.
Oh, yeah.
For
They
sure.
had the elderly in lawn chairs out there. It would have put them in the wall
Yeah.
if that blubber hit them direct.
Can you imagine if Paul Lindman then had to report on the death of somebody because of the whale blubber?
I think it's all such a better story because it's light, right? Like now it sucks for the whale, but that was its own.
No, but I mean the whale was already dead.
Yeah.
So
No matter how we got rid of it, it was going to be a bad deal for the whale.
Yeah, because everyone says Paul Lindman blew it up. Like he was just there filming the thing. But
I
everyone
like to
says,
think that he tucked the dynamite under himself.
Like he was the one who pushed that big Acme lever down himself.
Yeah.
And blew the whale up.
Yeah, well, it's better for the story if he did, but yeah, I think he was just reporting.
Follow us on Instagram at 1059 The Brew. Beefwater, apparently he bursted in the studio a few minutes ago like the Kool-Aid Man.
He's got some big news.
Because he's
gifts.
got some extra
I'm
tickets
just
to give away.
Feeling generous today and want to let everybody know that the Clark County Fair coming back August 1st through the 10th.
Yeah.
It is the 10 best days of summer. It's happening.
You know it.
So
Give myself a big elf in here or something.
Yeah.
Big bucket of fries.
So
Sounds good.
they've got George Thorogood and the Destroyers coming in. They got
Nice.
Kansas coming in. If you're into the country, they got the Brothers Osborne coming in.
Oh.
So I thought, well, why not give some tickets away?
Okay.
Why not?
You
So,
carry on my wayward son.
Yeah. What number? Who should get them?
I don't know. What do you think?
Pick a
Beef?
number, Laura.
I'm going to do lucky.
Don't pick a high number. I'm going to be here all day.
Yeah.
It's like 41.
Caller number
Lucky
2.
Number 7.
Lucky
7.
All right. Yeah. Caller 7. Hit us up. Let me know if you want to go to George Thorogood or if you want to go to Kansas.
Do you remember our phone numbers?
Not off the top of my head. That's not. I
come on,
I
Beef.
come in and I deliver
I say
this
it every single
information.
day.
Yeah, I know, but that's normally the time I'm tuning you out.
All right. 866.
Say it out loud and you'll remember it.
I can't right now.
Oh, God. How do you work here and hear it every day and you don't know?
I don't call.
There are listeners who know.
Yeah. Well, they're calling to get the free stuff.
All right.
He's like, I'm prepared for what's in my lane. You're freaking me
you
out.
just derailed a perfectly good giveaway here with this nonsense.
No, I think it's important for you to know the number.
866-445.
This is the last part's really easy.
You can get the last part.
1059.
There it is. Hey.
Okay,
Caller
well,
7 will get these
Thank you for
tickets.
That was very
So
awesome to just pop the tires on that thing.
Well, it's kind of like when I ask my kid my phone number and they don't know. We're disappointed.
Look, I don't know any phone numbers anymore. Like they're
Clearly.
just programmed into my phone. You could ask me. I think I might know 4 people's phone number.
One of them is not this radio station.
Like for whatever reason, I can tell you my dad's phone number.
All right. I don't care. Let's get this.
Weird.
Let's get the winner. All right. Coming up in a second, Court's going to be in here, and he's got your shot at $1,000 right after Nirvana. Our Donkey Show podcast. You can see he's so sour over there. Our Donkey Show podcast is next. 1059thebrew.com. Bye.